for a Mrs. Brooks.
Yes, sir.
Is there a picture attached to that appraisal?
Yes, sir.
And the family has identified that as, and you can tell yourself, that's the same.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass it.
All right, Mr. Warren, Mr. Hayes, any questions?
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, sir. Is it Hagel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Fine, thank you.
My name is Kobe Warren. I just have a few questions for you. So you stated that your current assignment now is your sergeant of patrol, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Plano, right?
No, I work for Richardson, sir.
I apologize. And back in 2018, you were a detective in crime against person.
Yes, sir.
Okay, which is your connection to the case.
Yes, sir.
So how long have you been in patrol now?
Since December of 2020.
Okay, so a couple of years.
Yes, sir.
As the supervisor of the patrol unit, do you still do some patrolling?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And part of the guys' task in the patrol unit is to obviously enforce traffic laws and drive on and observe other motorists and vehicles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you look for unsafe driving, conditions of vehicles and things to that effect. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would agree with me, Sergeant Fagle, that a Nissan Altima is an extremely common vehicle. You see a lot on the roadway. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, it's not like it's a super rare vehicle like a Bugatti or something like that. Like it's a very common vehicle. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Going back to March 30th of 2018, and specifically the video as well as the photos that Mr. Martin showed you back on that day, you were unable to get any kind of license plate or anything from that Nissan Altima that was shown on March 30th of 2018. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You were also, you looked at the videos, well, strike that. Did you look at the videos received from Walmart on that day, inside as well as outside?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At no point were you able to see and or identify my client, Mr. Chemirmir, at any point at that Walmart on March 30th, 2018?
March 30th?
January 30th, I'm sorry.
No, sir.
Not inside nor outside, is that correct?
That is correct.
Also, in the video, several different angles of the photos as well as the different aisles from the different cameras, you're able to determine the race, sex, and or age of the driver of that Nissan Altima. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, I honestly can't even tell if there's more than one person in that vehicle, right?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
You're familiar with the investigation, though, into Mr. Chemirmir
Yes, sir.
in relation to January 30th?
Yes, sir.
You know his phone puts in there, right?
Yes, sir.
You know his phone puts in that. Coastal Road.
Yes, sir.
Now, I would agree with Mr. Warren that Nissan Altima is a very common car. I think I've seen 10,000 of them since I started working on this case, driving on the roads. What about that ring? Is that a pretty unique looking ring?
Very unique, sir.
That's kind of a Bugatti ring, you say?
Yes, sir.
I'll pass it.
No further.
No more questions?
No.
All right, may the witness be released?
Yes, Judge.
No objection, John.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. Can I do one thing real quick? I'm sorry. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 278. Is this just an excerpt of that offer-up account dealing just with this ring?
Yes, sir.
We'll offer State's Exhibit number 278.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, stakes number 278 will be admitted.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, can this witness step down?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you're released. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break. We've been going for quite a bit here, so let's take our morning break. If you will be back in the jury room at 11:15, we will then start back when y'all are all back in the room.
All right.
Y'all can see this. Yes, I'll see this. Well, the record. The camera is on, but the mic
Guys, I don't know if you've been following along on your own, but once again, this is just what happened from last time, the slow just accumulation of all this evidence that I don't know how he got a the first time. So this is just a proper display of trial work. I said it yesterday, and I think I mentioned on Monday. This is just a good way to see how a properly run trial is executed. Except for the whole, possibly losing evidence thing at the beginning, which is an oopsie, but that was addressed very efficiently and very well. And I truly mean that. I don't have any problems with how the prosecution's done this case. They've been very ethical, but when you get to this kind of case, you do it by the numbers very carefully. Yeah, so I cut it and then it rained today, so it all grew back. Perfect. And I don't know if you guys were watching today at all, but just like yesterday, they're laying the foundation for how they found these things. Like they found the cocktail ring. They're finding all this stuff. It's magically being sold to people, and who's selling it? Well, Billy Chemirmir is. And then they also today they talk about extracting a cell phone, and they hook it up to the Cellbrite program, and they hoover everything off of it. Um, yeah, I mean, like I said, guys, it's a pretty open and shut case. I don't think there's a whole lot of room to debate, unlike Sarah Boone, which I know Critter is 100% in opposition to my thought there. I think, and definitely Shannon is, but yeah, like I said, this is not OJ, but it is interesting, and I think I mentioned this before, but yeah, if they aren't really offering you any deal other than life without parole, what's the worst case? Taking it to trial.
This now.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
If you please raise your right hand for me, you so solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
All right, thank you. Mr. Martin, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Will you please state your name and spell both your first and last name?
Gilad Nisanov, Gilad, Nisanov, Nissanov.
And Mr. Nisnov, how are you employed?
I work at Diamond and Gold Exchange
And Diamond and Gold Exchange, where is that located?
in Dallas, Texas,
Where?
635 in Coit Road.
If you look up to your left, there's a couple of maps there. You see 75 and 635. And
Yeah.
then a red dot right there is the Diamond and Gold Exchange. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And who also works there with you?
Ophir, my brother.
And how long have you all had that company there?
Since about 2010.
And Diamond and Gold Exchange kind of describes it in the name, but can you tell us what you do there?
So we buy and sell jewelry, gold, silver, platinum, diamonds, coins, fine watches, silverware, items like that as well.
And what is your one second. And who do you buy these things from?
From dealers and from the public as well.
And you buy it, and then what do you do with it once you buy it?
We buy it and resell it or melt down, just depending on what type of items they are.
And then you'll hopefully sell it for a higher price to someone else.
We try to be competitive and try to be most competitive with our customers, but obviously it is to make some money on it as well.
Did you have in that business an occasion to come into contact with an individual by the name of Billy Chemirmir?
Yes.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
Yeah, he's right there.
And what is he wearing?
He's wearing a black suit, white shirt, and a zebra tie.
Let the record reflect the witness and identify the defendant in open court. And has Mr. Chemirmir been into your establishment to sell jewelry?
Yes, yes.
When an individual comes in to sell jewelry, do you all write out a receipt for him?
Of course, yes.
And do you take some identification from him?
And we take a ID, driver's license, government issued ID, passport.
I'm going to first show you what's in March 6th, exhibit number 286. Are these copies of some of the IDs that you've taken, that you took from Mr. Chemirmir?
Yes.
State's exhibit number 287. Are these receipts given to Mr. Chemirmir?
Yes.
State's exhibit number 288. Is that a summary of the receipts given?
Yes.
State's exhibit numbers 333 and 334. Are these three receipts from that packet to Mr. Chemirmir?
Yes.
We'll offer state's exhibits.
Yes.
So
I'm sorry, Judge.
if you just give me a second to offer, and then we'll see the meeting first. I'd like to offer state's exhibit number 288, 287 for record purposes. 286, 334, and 333 for all purposes.
What was the last three? 286, 334, and
333.
333. Okay.
No objection, John.
All right, so State's Exhibit 288 and 287 will be admitted for record purposes only. And Exhibit 286, 333, and 334 will be admitted for all purposes. You may proceed.
So in State's Exhibit number 286, you see the ID, one of the IDs for Mr. Chemirmir that you took a picture of.
Yes.
Copy.
Yeah.
To page 2 of that same document, the Texas driver's license, permanent resident card, and then the Republic of Kenya card.
Yes.
All for the same individual.
Yes.
State's Exhibit number 319, 334 is a receipt from March 19th of 2018.
Yes.
And you don't put the time that he was in on your receipts, do you?
Well, we don't put the time, no.
But this is a receipt that you would have generated for Mr. Chemirmir for that day.
Correct.
And in the top there, you have some writing. What does that writing mean to you? That 14K and
It's 14 karat gold and 925 sterling silver.
Do you take pictures of the items that you purchase from individuals?
Sometimes, but not always.
Right. If you had taken pictures of any of the items that Mr. Chemirmir had sold you, would those be contained in your business records?
It would, yes.
And you don't have any of those?
We didn't have that to provide.
State's Exhibit number 333. These are 2 receipts. One for January 30th, 2018.
Yeah.
And I cannot read your writing there. You're going to have to help
It's
me.
14 karat / diamond.
And do you know the amount of that?
It's 2,150.
And then on January 31st, the next day, does he make another sale to you all?
Yeah, it's 14 karat, 18 karat diamond, and it's 3,050.
And then, and I didn't list off that back on the 19th, that amount was for $105.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, at some point in time, the Commissioner approach.
You may.
At some point in time, did the Plano Police Department contact you to get these records and to get any video you might have of Mr. Chemirmir at your store?
Yes, sir.
All right. And State's Exhibit number 301, did you provide whatever clips you had of him at
Yes,
your store?
yes.
Okay. And in State's Exhibit number 290, your recording system, how far back does your recording system go?
It really depends. Usually about 2 weeks or so.
It's not the whole time you've been open.
No.
Okay. It covers over.
Yeah,
itself.
it's a DVR that records over it. So
On State's Exhibit number 290, is this the clips for March 19th,
yes,
one of our dates?
yes, sir.
You don't have a January, it wouldn't have gotten all the way back to January 30th.
No, because as soon as Plano notified us, we went back as far as possible that we could.
And then on State's Exhibit number 289, are these communications you had with the Detective Hoffman explaining what these clips were and from the times that they were taken at your store?
That is correct.
We'll offer State's Exhibit number 301 for record purposes, and then 290 and 289 for all purposes.
No objection.
All right, so State's Exhibit number 301 will be admitted for record purposes only. State's Exhibit 289 and 290 will be admitted for all purposes. You may proceed.
One second. show you what's marked as 234. Is that your shop right there?
Yes.
We had just offered in clips of Mr. Chemirmir at your store. On March 19th at 12:36, at 12:56, and 1:01.
Right. Yes.
Are these those clips?
Yes.
Is that Mr. Chemirmir sitting in your store?
That is.
Appears to have his phone in his hand.
Yeah.
And that you have a clip name on there of 15214824. See all that number there?
Yeah.
Is that a unique number?
Yeah.
Will that correlate to 1:01 in the afternoon? I can show it to you here.
Uh-huh.
At 1864.
Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Right.
1:01 at
Correct.
3:19.
Yes.
Now this clip has a 4739 at the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
That at 12:56.
1256. Yeah.
And then obviously if I've got one more clip that's going to have 3984, we're going to be at 12:36. So we're kind of going backwards in
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Is that Mr. Chemirmir at your window
Yes.
and getting some money for an item?
Yes.
And this is that last clip, 3984, which we've established at 12:36 p.m.
Yes.
We just looked on, this is station number 316 for March 19th. You have him making that sale and sitting in your shop.
Yes.
How many times whenever you've communicated with him, has it been easy enough for you to understand him?
Yeah.
And on January 30th, he had a sale to you at that Diamond and Gold Exchange.
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Bailey, Mr. Warren?
No questions.
All right, anything further, Mr. Warren?
Judge, I don't know if I offered Stacy's number 290.
I have 290, but I don't have 291.
Okay. That's fine, Judge. Okay,
But
thank
you
you.
did offer 290.
Good night. Okay. Thank you, Judge. That's
All right,
all.
will this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. You may call your next witness.
Cuddy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I saw you struggling to put your mask on. I was gonna say, you could testify with or without.
Thank you.
Okay. Would you please raise your right hand for me? Would you so solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. Mr. Martin?
Thank you, Judge. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yeah, my name is David Cudahy. I am the grandson of Mary Sue Brooks.
All right. And we've heard a little bit about Ms. Brooks. We've heard from Detective Pagel already today, and how they were doing the investigation into your grandmother's death. Okay? I want to bring you back to that time, January 30th and 31st of 2018. Okay? Were you married at that time?
I was.
And did you have any kids at that time?
No,
You have kids now?
I do.
Okay, how many kids do you have?
I have two. I have a 4-year-old and an 18-month-old.
And, what's your wife's name?
Lauren.
And at this time in January, was she expecting it then?
Yes, she was about 7-8 months pregnant.
And did you live in the Dallas area?
Yes, I lived in Richardson.
Richardson. And what part of Richardson did you live
I lived in the Custer Trail condos, which is near the Civic Center and YMCA.
in? So would that be 777 Custer Road?
Yes, sir.
And who else lived in that complex with you?
My grandmother,
And is that Mary Sue Brooks?
Mary Sue Brooks, yes.
Now, did she go by Sue?
She went by Sue when I was growing up, and then but before I was born, she went by Mary, and then she switched back to Mary Sue. And, you know, it's like a midlife crisis and then a double one. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think on officially we're calling her Mary Brooks.
okay, Mary Brooks.
All right. Okay, and so you lived in this. What type of a complex community is this 777 Custer?
So it's a community of condos, probably close to 80 units. They're all, 2 or 3 bedroom condos, duplexes, triplexes. And yeah, it's a great community, great HOA.
And is it a gated community or it's behind a wall, right?
Yeah, so it's behind 3 brick walls. So you can still get in the front, access via car. There's no gate. And then everyone has their own private garage and gate for their condo.
And is it a single story complex where everything's?
My unit and my grandmother's unit were single stories, but they do have 2-story available.
And are the buildings, the homes, are they standing individually or some of them attached to some of the others? How does that work?
Some are attached. So yeah, they're all attached. And one building will have 3 to 4 units.
All right, and you said that if you look at it, you see a garage, and a carport, and a gate to get in.
Correct.
The homes are all behind a gate.
Correct.
And why were you living so close to your grandmother at that time?
Right. So my grandmother, when she sold her house, she bought 2 units to rent one. At that point in time, my wife and I both decided to go back to school. And so my grandmother allowed us to live there for free in the second unit that she had. And the agreement was, hey, focus on school. Don't worry too much about that, but also keep an eye on me. So make sure that, I'm staying healthy, clear-minded and all of that. So.
And was she clear-minded?
Oh, she was very spry. I mean, she would walk to church. She'd walk to the dentist down the street. She very, very healthy, very active.
Did she sometimes use a cane to get around?
Yes.
And she was an elderly individual. If she's your grandmother, she's going to be
Yes.
a bit of an age. Okay. So did y'all have an agreement as far as visitations between each other?
Yes, that was one of her most important rules was no surprise visits. So no pop-ins, no walk-ins, and that worked both ways. So she wouldn't just randomly show up, and she also strongly requested that we would do the same. So you could only invite someone over, or you could say, "Hey, I'll be by later today," but there was no surprise pop-ins. Yeah.
Okay. Which I would imagine for a young couple, you all enjoyed that as well.
Yes, very much.
Yeah. And, but it's
She
obviously-
probably liked that too. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, good. So let me direct your attention to January 31st of 2018.
Please.
Were you living? You were living there in that complex.
Yes.
And were you home that evening?
Yes, sir.
Who else was home with you?
My wife.
And did you get a call? Who's your mom?
My mom is Ann Brooks.
And did you get a call from Ann Brooks?
I did.
Was she living in the Dallas area at the time?
No, she was in the Bay Area of California.
And why did she call you?
So she had tried to contact my grandmother. Her and my aunt had tried to contact my grandmother, and she wasn't answering the phone. And so she called me to see if I could, if I had seen her that day, or 2, if I could go by and check in on her.
And had you seen her that day?
I had not.
And ultimately, did you go and check on your grandma?
I did. I was, I was a little frustrated about it because it was, January, cold, late at night, 10 o'clock, I think. And so, again, we had the no pop-in rule. So here I am at 10 o'clock about to go wake up my grandmother, who more than likely just wanted peace and quiet. So she unplugged her phone.
Okay. And at this point in time, in January of 2018, you're pretty close with your grandmother? Would you see her on a pretty regular basis?
Very close. So yeah, she was a second mother to me. I lived in her house growing up. And when we had this arrangement, when I was back in school, she would cook for us. We would cook for her. We would go out to eat together. We were very close.
So you have your mom who's living out of town at that time asking you to do something that you knew was kind of against y'all's agreement that you had set up.
Yeah.
But you did it anyway. You listened to your mom.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. And so when you get let me just do this. Risk approach. Well, this will be at night, right? That you
Yes.
went up there. I've got some daytime photos just to kind of set the scene. Is this 238 and 239?
Yes.
Is this your grandmother's entryway to her condo?
It is.
We'll offer 238, 239.
No objection, Your Honor.
States exhibits 238 and 239 will be admitted.
So when we look here at station number 238, what do we see? What do we see here?
This is my grandmother's unit. So the front part is the carport with the garage. And then to the right of the photo, you see the gate open. That's the gate to her courtyard.
I should have done this when we first started. 285, is that your grandmother?
Yes.
We'll offer station number 285.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, states exhibit 285 will be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, so we have a carport right here in the garage.
Yes.
And then you see this area here. What are we looking at here?
This is the gate to her courtyard.
So in order to go in there, you would walk up there.
Yes, you'd walk through the gate. And
Tell me about the gate being open or being closed. When would she keep it always closed, always open? How would she handle that?
so it would be open. Like, so in this situation, it's open, kind of allowing the neighbors to know, hey, it's okay to come in. It's okay to come by. I'm accepting visitors. And then you close it when you're not, and you also close it at night.
Would she close it regularly at night?
Every time.
And so when you go through that gate, and we see in 238, is this basically what you see there in 239?
Yes,
A little walkway with a step, another step, and then you're at her front door.
correct.
Is there two doors there?
Yeah, glass partition, storm door, and then the wooden door.
And at nighttime, would you keep that locked?
Yes.
When you approached that door that night, first of all, was the gate open or closed?
The gate was open.
And when you went up to the door, was it unlocked or locked?
It was unlocked, and the partition, the storm door, was propped open a little bit just from the hydraulic.
It didn't slam all the way shut.
Correct.
So when you went inside that night, did you try knocking first, or what did you do?
I knocked as I was opening the door.
And were lights on or off?
The lights in the living room were off, but before I got to the door, you see behind the tree on that photo, those windows, that's a second room. So she used that as her office, and those lights were on.
And was that unusual for her?
Very unusual, because that was, she would use that as her, morning routine to do something on the computer, but she didn't often stay in that room. So it was, if she was reading or something, she would have been in her bedroom. So it was very odd that those lights were on.
So as we walk in that front door, right in that door, what's that room?
That's the living room.
The living room. Adjacent to the living room, if you were to kind of go in and to the left, is that a little sitting area, a dining room kind of area?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you keep going in and you go to the left, then what would you see first? You go to the left.
If you were standing in the open floor plan dining room and living room, you'd see a hallway with the kitchen, which you can see through the windows here. At the end of the hallway would be the bedroom, which was her office, and then to the right would be a laundry room and a bathroom.
Okay. So these windows here, that's kind of the kitchen area that we're talking about?
That looks into the kitchen. You do see to the left one, those are technically doors, but those were sealed shut.
Okay. I think, did she have a table maybe even in front of those?
Yeah, it's used as a window more than a door.
And then if you were to go in there, turn left, you're in the den area, there's a dining area, come around, you get to the kitchen, and then further down is this other room that you call the office, which is called the office.
Yes.
Okay. It's a bedroom, but she used it as an office.
Correct.
If you went in and went back to the right instead, is that back her living quarters or bedroom?
Yeah, it's the primary suite.
All right, so when you walk in, lights are off in that room, the den. Did you notice anything right when you walked in?
Yeah, as soon as I walked in, I saw my grandmother lying on the floor.
And how was she positioned?
She was lying on her side facing, she was lying on her left side facing the fireplace, which would be on the right wall.
Okay. So we can see the fire chimney right there.
Yep.
Okay, so she was basically right inside the door on her left-hand side facing that direction.
Yeah, immediately at the threshold.
And what did you do at that point in time?
So I went down to check, and so I rolled her over onto her back, and she let out a lot of gas out of her lungs, and so I took that as a breath. So I started checking for a pulse. I got my phone out on speakerphone, calling 911. I'm trying to continue to check for pulse, do CPR, and yeah, so call 911 on speakerphone during all of this.
Do you remember when you touched her and checked for pulse, the temperature of her body? Can you tell at that time?
I don't remember the temperature. I do remember I couldn't tell if I was feeling my own pulse from the adrenaline or if I was feeling a slight pulse from her.
And so it's dark in the room?
Yes.
And did you go to work right away on trying to revive her?
Yes.
What happens next?
So about 2 minutes in, maybe, the police show up, first responders show up, and they came in with flashlights, and one of them, they relieved me of being there, and then they took me outside and calmed me down, calmed my nerves, let me just grieve.
Okay. They pretty much informed you. There's no saving. Right? You knew at that point in time.
Yeah, I mean, and deep down, I think I knew that all along.
You were just trying to do whatever.
Yeah.
Were you very emotional?
Very, very much so. I mean, tears, wasn't a pretty sight.
I'll pass on this.
Any questions, Mr. Warren, Mr. Harris? No questions? All right, may the witness be released?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you, Judge.
So this might be a good time for us to take a lunch break. We'll come back at 12:45. We're pretty good today on our time, so, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break. If you would return and be in the jury room at 12:45, as soon as all of y'all are back, we're gonna get started as soon as you're back.
All rise.
cause number F1875401, South State of Texas versus Billy Chemirmir. I understand that there's some things that the state would like to put on the record outside the presence of the jury. The jury is still currently during their lunch hour. You may go ahead, Mr. Fitzmartin.
Thank you, Judge. Just some cleaning up a few exhibits. I would like to offer case number 299. I showed Detective Hagel some stills from about the Walmart, the Ultima, comparing the Ultima. I put it in a paper form, but see now I showed it as a PowerPoint. I wanted to offer case number 299, which is the actual PowerPoint that I showed to the jury.
Okay.
And then
From the
So 299, is that what?
299 is a duplicate of 300. Just the paper form.
Okay.
yeah, still photo.
Paper form is the still photos of it, and then 299 is the actual
So
PowerPoint.
just 4 photos?
4 photos that are in 2 slides, 4 photos.
Okay.
It's the exact copy of that. That 299 is printed out into 300.
We have no reason not to believe what he's representing is true and correct, so with that being said, no objections.
Okay, 299 is admitted, all right.
291 is the, I put up a small picture up on the board of Mr. Chemirmir, a snippet from the Diamond and Gold Exchange. And I meant to offer this before, but it was lost in my pile of stuff. And so we'll offer just 291, which is an excerpt from the video that we already put in.
No objection.
All right, so State's Exhibit 291 will be.
We'll also offer for record purposes, Judge, State's number 308, which was the redacted portions of the statement, the full statement given to Detective Martinez. I put in a redacted version of Detective Tabor's portion of it, and this is just a redacted version of 308 that we had at one time agreed upon. I just want to put it in for record purposes just to keep it in file.
That's the one. No, no objections to 308.
All right,
For record purposes.
all right, and Exhibit 308 will be admitted for for record purposes only.
And then I would also offer at this point in time, 281, 282, and 284, which are other William Noble appraisals that were given to the Plano Police Department by the Brooks family of items that were missing from Mrs. Brooks's home after this incident. I'll just put those in for record purposes as well.
So 281, 282, and 284 are for record purposes.
Yes.
All right, so States 281, 282, and 284 will be entered for record purposes only. They will be admitted for record purposes only.
And then just to alert the court as to what our plan is, that sometime maybe today, if we break a little bit early, we would like to offer the rest of the evidence that's here in the courtroom for record purposes, anything we don't anticipate offering for all purposes, for record purposes, just so we can keep it all together. So we'll have a list of that and the numbers and the things that correlate with it.
Perfect. Perfect.
And the only other thing that I'd like to answer that, so I anticipate us going, we have 3 more witnesses today. And I don't think we will be taking a break in between this. We will ask at this point in time a motion to eliminate. The defense has indicated to us that our last witness for today, Special Agent Sedgwick, who is our phone expert, that they intend to question him on the 2009 NAS report, which dealt with scientific evaluations of the way the investigations were done back prior to 2009. Obviously, they happened in 2009, and issues with the FBI and some of those investigations. It has nothing to do with cell phones. I would just ask for a motion to eliminate at this time, that they don't go into that line of questioning without first approaching the bench to establish its necessity.
May I respond, Judge?
Yes.
Specifically, it's a 2009 National Academy of Sciences report. For approximately 15 years, the FBI sponsored and traveled and taught hair follicle analysis and testified throughout the country in state and federal courts using hair follicle analysis. It was as good as you can get, gold standard FBI testimony for approximately 15 years, probably more, but also I'll narrow it down to 10. And the highly sponsored, put people in prison, a lot of people in prison, and highly respected, gold standard stuff. In 2009, the National Academy of Sciences, which is a governmental agency, it's the equivalent of the CIA, DEA, FBI. It's just what it is. The National Academy of Sciences. They did the study and they completely debunked hair follicle analysis. And so what I'd like to do is use it the reason I brought the entire thing on disc is in case the DA objects to me just using parts of it. But what I want to do, I really don't plan on publishing it to the jury, except to show it's a real thing, it exists, and it discusses the hair follicles. And the testimony is basically junk science. And the way I'm going to proffer it is, Agent Jones, you're currently a proponent of cell phone, isn't that correct? Yes, sir. And you firmly believe in it? Yes, sir. And yet 25 years ago, your own organization, blah, 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 published and used and swore by it this other technology. And it's no longer, it's basically been discredited. So it's mostly just as an analogy and to put it in perspective. And I think it's relevant for cross-examination purposes.
Ma'am,
Yes.
so this is an interesting conversation because I'm probably the only one here who was trying those cases back then. And I will tell you what the limited.
Judge, I thought we were going to have one person objecting per issue.
Well, he is responding to I did not ask the state to respond.
Well, when Glenn started the motion in limine, I've asked.
This is outside the presence of the jury.
And I am allowing Mr. Kuzo to respond to your specific response that you gave me as to why you want to use that example. So go ahead.
So if I may,
Yes.
that evidence that was put on, which I'm certain will be in that, I have no doubt, was that we tried cases on class characteristics. And the evidence was not that it was a person's hair, but that it matched the class characteristics. That's all the evidence ever showed. And we never had anything like that. Of course, DNA bumps just throws all that out. Okay? Just like when we tried sex assault cases, we would break down what the blood type was, and that's all we could say. The DNA has made that junk science also. So none of those two areas, they have nothing to do with this. And there is no reason to equate the fact that that actually never was definitive evidence to in any way impeach or to suggest that sometime in the future that this science is going to come to be something different. It's just totally irrelevant. I agree with the junk science aspect of it. We knew it then. We know it now. We have something better. But that doesn't mean that it has anything to do with the settled state of the evidence that we're going to put on now. It's confusing and has nothing to do with this issue. Since we're outside the presence of the jury, I'm just going ahead and saying this.
Well, I am going to, hold on, Mr. Watson, hold on. I am going to grant the motion in limine in regards to just launching into that topic as far as talking about the difference between, because if we're being honest, what you are telling me that you want to do is to be able to make the comparison between the science they were using in 2009 for hair follicle to say, you know what, sometimes science works, sometimes it doesn't, in that area it didn't, and y'all need to follow it. That's what you want to be able to say about that.
Pretty much.
Okay. And then somehow kind of, segue into its possibility that at some point cell phone technology or whatever might not be gold standard, as you said.
Well, I'm anticipating he's gonna come in and be a proponent of cell phone tower location, for lack of a better term. Okay, he works for the FBI, he goes around, his CV is very heavily loaded with cell phone teaching and classes, et cetera, et cetera. And he's their DH, for lack of a better word. He's their go-to guy for cell phone technology testimony, okay? And my analogy, I think it's fair when the state proffers this highly respected, quote unquote, highly respected technology and technological theories, that I'd be able to say, well, in same organization, Ephraim Zimbalist Jr., the very best, for a period of time, for at least 10 years and probably more, you all were also proponents of a now debunked theory called hair follicle. Hair follicle analysis.
So you basically want to be able to say the FBI didn't always get it right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, why don't we just say it?
Well, but I don't want to say it like that because the jury won't understand it. What I want to do is talk about hair follicle analysis, and that the FBI was a huge proponent of it, traveled around the country, testified, used it, and it's debunked.
Okay, well, right now, all we have is motion to limit. And I am granting the state's motion to limit.
If I may, all I could say really, and I know that really if we get to the side, I just want to make this clear. I understand his position. I know, I put those cases on through experts. There was never testimony that it was somebody's hair. The only testimony was 5 class characteristics that may or may not have matched. That's it. I understand when he's saying debunked, but I'm not even sure we bumped it with that, okay? And we got some guilties and not guilties, but it wasn't all that great when we had it, is all I'm saying. And so his assertion of how it was used and what it meant, and it was definitive, is just not true.
Well, Judge, and I've got to respond. Mr. Crusoe is getting into how it was used. I'm not talking about that. They testified, they presented it, and they used it as testimony to convict individuals throughout the U.S. I'm not saying the details of the nuances. Could be the same as it was consistent with Jimmy John. I'm not going to get into details. But so Mr. Crusoe is developing it's a red herring defense. It's not relevant to my proffer.
Okay, and as such, this is just a proffer. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
And Judge, at this point in time, we would ask that you not allow them to go into this, not just emotional limiting, but now that I understand how they want to use it, and we would ask you at this point in time to deny them to be allowing to use that at all. Because if this is what their position is, that there is an old science that no longer is valid, and that now this new science might become invalid somewhere in the future, that is highly prejudicial. It's highly inaccurate. It doesn't mean that just because of one than the other, because we would then have to talk about all the science that's still valid that the FBI has used, fingerprints and whatnot. And so we're not getting into this tug of war of what was and what wasn't. It is irrelevant what happened in the hair follicle situation. So we would ask at this point in time, Judge, actually, that you deny them the right to go into this line of questioning, so we don't even have to waste our time with a sidebar to haggle over the same thing. I believe that's their proffer, and I believe that to be true. And they know exactly. Mr. Watson was the one who did the cross-examination last time. He brought this issue up last time, and I think that not in front of the jury, but in the hearing ahead of time. And we would ask you, as a continuation of that pretrial hearing, of whether or not they could get into the types of things that they would be able to get into, that they not be able to get into.
All right, well, the court does recall the previous 702, 705 hearing that we had with Special Agent Sedgwick. At this point, yes, I will be sustaining the state's objection. We will not be getting into any of the hair follicle information. One, it is not relevant to this case because we have no hair follicles, nor we have any DNA that everybody has testified to that does not exist nor will it add to, or not should I say nor, but I will also say it will cause confusion to the jury. You have been allowed to make the proffer, and so we will not be speaking of the hair follicle test. But of course, Mr. Watson, like we talked about, you are free to say, hey, FBI don't always get it right. But we're not going into specifics.
And let me
Yes,
ask,
Mr. Hayes.
I just want to chime in. No quibbles with the court's ruling at all. I just want to point out, I think it does violate Davis versus Alaska, the 1974 Supreme Court case, which gives great latitude into cross-examination to determine inherent biases, reasons for testimony, and beliefs that a person may hold. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that we should be asking those questions, but I think we have the right to. And I think by you shutting us down before we even get there, you're violating that law. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
And as we did last time, well, you know, even in this one, I am not saying that you cannot ask certain questions that will show that agent's bias or prejudice, or even show that maybe, you know, the science that they're using is not good. What I am saying is that we will not specifically talk about the hair follicle bunking and debunking that happened back in 2009 that does not have any relevance on the issues that we have today in 2022. But you can still go into your line of questioning regarding the science that they use now and all of that regarding cell phone technology.
And Judge, just for the
Yes.
record, the last time during the trial, I went into the fact that bite mark evidence is no longer used and that hair follicle evidence is no longer used, and the agent agreed.
I recall. And that basic line is fine. What I'm trying to limit is us trying to go into the actual report itself, but that's just along the lines of, hey, it's been a lot of stuff that y'all used previously and doesn't work, or hey, it's a lot of stuff you learned since then and you use new technology.
Okay, so I'll be able to go in, will I be able to ask the question that the FBI used to be a proponent of hair follicle evidence?
Judge, that's what we're objecting to, and if it got in the last trial, it really doesn't matter to me now. What I care about now is that that's really an inappropriate line of questioning. And what we have here today is cell phones. If they have an expert that comes in here and can say that this cell phone stuff is junk science, then let's hear it. But they don't, that doesn't exist. And so that's why we are now saying we do not agree with that line of questioning at all. We would appreciate the court's ruling and ask you to stand by.
From the previous trial, the generic questions were allowed to be asked, I believe, and I still have my notes up here actually. I believe that it was, the questioning went somewhere similar to, they used to do hair follicle. And he said yes, and you asked if they still do that, and he said no. You then asked about the bite mark, that they used to use bite marks. And I believe he said yes, and you asked if they still do that, and he said no. But that's as far as we went, because as a matter of fact, the next line of questioning was more along the lines of why. And there was objection, and it was sustained because he did not know the how, the why, the who, and it would be speculation.
Okay. I'll limit myself to the bite marks then and now, and the hair follicles then and now.
Thank you, that's why I keep notes on
And
it.
Judge, we also urge that under Sixth Amendment right to confrontation and cross-examination to test the agent and to test the government's evidence, that all the old common law and all the old sanctity of cross-examination, right to counsel, that by not allowing me to go into cross-examine the agent on his, basically, one of the main theories of the case is deprives our client his right to vigorous cross-examination, testing of the evidence, and due process.
Okay, thank you so much, thank you. Is there anything further we need to?
Oh,
put-
Judge, here, for the record, this was going to be, this defense exhibit number 5, and I've shunned it to the state, and we're offering it just as a proffer, record purposes only, and it contains the August 2009 edition of the National Academy of Sciences, where it discusses the discredited use of the hair follicles taught and used by the SBI.
All right, so defense exhibit number 5 will be admitted for record purposes. All right, thank you. Is there anything else we need to do outside the presence of the jury before we bring them in?
No.
All right, you can line up.
Judge, can we approach gently and while they're lining them up?
Sure.
All rise.
Thank you.
You may all be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your county-sponsored lunch. And so we are now going to proceed with the trial. It is still the state's case in chief, so Mr. Fitzmartin, you may call your next witness.
We'll call Officer Harris.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you so solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Judge.
All right, have a seat. And Mr. Fitzmartin, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name?
Shane Harris.
Try it again.
Shane Harris.
There we go. All right, Officer Harris. How do you spell your first name?
Shayne.
And Harris is your common spelling, Harris.
Yes, sir.
All right. How are you employed?
I'm a police officer with the city of Richardson.
How long have you been with the city of Richardson?
June will be 30 years.
Okay. And what capacity do you serve the city of Richardson?
Work in the patrol division.
And we just heard from, I call her Detective Pagel because that's how I just know her, but it's Sergeant Pagel. And describe to us what the patrol, she's a sergeant in your section. Well,
Yes, she works a different shift, but
she described what patrol is like. If we call 911 and we live in your area and you're on duty, you might be the guy showing up to our door.
yes, sir.
All right. I want to direct your attention back to January 31st, 2018. Were you working at around 10:19 that night in the capacity as a patrol officer for the city of Richardson?
Yes,
And were you dispatched to a location in the city of Richardson?
yes.
And you recall what location you were dispatched to?
It was 777 Custer Road.
And that is contained in the city of Richardson.
Yes.
And is that in Dallas County in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you get to that location, was there already a sergeant there?
Yes.
Who was there?
Sergeant Ray.
And he serves in the capacity that Sergeant Pagel does now at that time for you.
Yes.
And so he happened to be closer, I guess. Is that how he gets there close?
I believe he must have been very close because he got there before the paramedics did.
Is that uncommon?
Sort of.
Okay. But nonetheless, did this become your call as an officer there? That night?
Yes, I was the primary officer.
When you first get there, do you make contact with Sergeant Ray?
Yes.
And does he fill you in on what he has learned at that point?
Yes.
Did you walk up? We can see up there, station number 239. It's to your right as well if you look behind you there. Is that the location that you arrived at and walked up to?
Yes.
And who did you find standing outside that area as you walked up?
At some point, very early on, I encountered David, the grandson.
Okay, David Cudahy.
Yes.
Okay, you've seen him. He came in here and testified earlier. The same individual that you
Yes, sir.
visited with that day. All right. And did he give you information basically on what he found?
Yes, I obtained his information, spoke to him, and then contacted Sergeant Ray.
Okay. And did you go? Where was Sergeant Ray at this point in time?
The best of my memory, I went inside to contact him.
Okay. And so is that the next level of your investigation to go inside and find out what the scene is that you have?
Yes.
All right. And did you see Mrs. Brooks, or the individual you later learned to be Mrs. Brooks, in the den area of that house?
Yes.
At some point in time, do you kind of do kind of a walkthrough of the whole house?
Yes.
And was that with Sergeant Ray going around, Sergeant Ray showing you what he had already found, having been there before?
Correct.
Do you remember going to her bedroom?
Yes.
Do you remember finding things of interest in there on her bed?
Yes.
What was that?
Walmart bags and her purse.
On that Walmart bag, or around that Walmart bag, did you see some receipts there for the day before January 30th of 2018?
Yes.
And it actually, did you find 2 receipts?
2 receipts.
And the times, they were around 11:45, 11:46.
Correct.
And do you remember which Walmart those receipts went to?
Yes, it was the Walmart intersection of Coit Road and Arapahoe.
And if you look over there on that map to your left, you see that Walmart and you see that 77 Custer Road.
Yes.
Yeah. And then further on down Arapahoe to the right, you see the Custer Road,
Yes.
the 77 Custer Road.
Yes.
And that's pretty close proximity to Ms. Harris's house.
Yes.
Did you go in the kitchen area?
Yes.
And what did you find in the kitchen area?
There were additional Walmart bags that had food in them, and they were on a flat stovetop. And then adjacent to that on the countertop was a set of keys.
Okay, and the groceries that you found on that countertop, were they types of things that might go in a refrigerator or a freezer?
Yes, I would say both.
And did it appear that they had been made it into the freezer, or had they already thought of it?
No, they were still out.
Was that something that you noted at the time?
Yes.
Do you go back into the living room area?
Yes.
And what did you find in the living room area?
It was an open area, kind of a living room, dining room, I would say kind of combination. And on the table, there was a blood pressure cuff and the monitor machine that attaches.
All right. And was there a notepad there jotting down what looked like blood pressure readings.
Yes.
Could you tell how she was keeping track of her blood pressure readings?
Yeah, there were 2 entries for each day, almost like a AM, PM type, 2 readings.
Okay, and was it given the dates as well?
Yes,
And was there a morning for January 30th, a reading for that? Or
yes,
documentation. Was there an afternoon
no,
or an evening? Now, there was a newspaper found. There was a little table outside that door of the front door. Is that right?
yes,
There was a newspaper found on that table for January 31st.
yes,
Now, that's pretty far into her house. Is that right? To her domicile there. You'd have to go through a gate to get in all the way in there.
yeah, this area is a little courtyard and it's gated,
Okay.
so.
So, but this January 31st newspaper is in there. Have we determined how that newspaper got all the way in there to that door?
Yes,
How did that newspaper get all the way in there?
as the fire department was responding, one of the firemen or paramedics picked it up and carried it inside and placed it there.
Did we see that on either your body cam or someone's body cam?
Yes,
Did you have an occasion to go out and look at her car and where it was parked?
yes,
And where was it parked?
in the carport that's adjacent to the courtyard there. Yes, correct.
Were you wearing a body worn camera that night?
Yes,
Station number 240, is that the full body worn camera from that you wore that night?
yes,
253, are these some selected clips from that body worn camera?
yes,
I'm going to show you station number 241 and then 243. Through 252. 254, 255, 256, and 257. Can you tell me if these are all photos that depict the scene January 31st, 2018, as you saw it?
yes, they are.
I don't think I've actually offered yet, Judge, but okay. I'll offer 240 for record purposes, and 253 for all purposes.
So 240 will be admitted for record purposes, and 253 will be admitted for all purposes.
And then, we'll offer states because it was 241, and then 243 through 252 for all purposes, and 254 through 257 for all purposes.
No objection.
All right. So state exhibits 241 through 252 will be admitted for all purposes, and then exhibits 254 through 257 will be admitted for all purposes.
Thank you. Commissioner Publish.
You may.
241. It's that bedroom area that we talked about with on her bed. There's some purse and some Walmart bags that are there on the bed.
Yes.
You had talked about in the kitchen, State's Exhibit number 243, the items that are on the stovetop. And it looks like there's some eggs and some blueberry waffles that you'd probably house in the freezer, would you agree?
Yes.
Maybe the eggs in the refrigerator, the waffles in the freezer.
Correct.
244, you had talked about a blood pressure cuff.
Yes.
And 245, is this a photo of that log that you're talking about depicting January 30th with a reading in the AM but not in the PM?
Yes.
Now, 246, is this how you found Miss Brooks when you went into the apartment?
Yes.
At the time that you got there, it was pretty evident that Miss Brooks had passed away.
Yes.
Prior, is it your protocol to not touch the body as a officer with Richardson Police Department unless you're there to give aid?
Yes.
All right. And these photographs were taken, as you all have found out. The body might have been moved by David or something like that, but the way you found her was this. The way you saw her was in this.
Yes.
247. It appeared that there's something off to the side of her.
Wig.
248. Another piece of garment that's over to the side.
Yes.
Could you tell what she was wearing at the time, as far as a jacket and a scarf?
The blue jacket and the red scarf.
249. Is this a chair that's kind of right into the left if you walk in to the den area?
Yes.
And her feet are kind of found up underneath that chair.
Yes.
250. It's just kind of a longer version, just showing the way her body was laid out, the way you found it.
Yes.
251, her left hand.
Yes.
And 252, her right hand.
Yes.
254. Well, let me do this first. As we discussed, you had your body-worn camera on that night,
Yes.
and we have some excerpts from. Now, who is that? So this camera is, where is it contained on your body?
It is worn just on the chest, mid chest, between the pockets.
Okay. And who is this other individual that we're going to see in this with you?
That's going to be Sergeant Ray.
And is this the part where you're walking around looking at the things that you found?
Yes.
Now, at this time, you're all trying to determine kind of what's going on in this situation.
Yes.
All right. You're looking for any kind of medical conditions that might have caused this death?
Correct.
We all spent some time trying to figure out her primary care physician.
Yes.
What would you do with that information if you had it?
But part of the investigation is contacting the medical examiner's office, and there's like 2 or 3 page list of questions that they ask. And one of the things they usually want to know is if they have a primary physician, they want to speak to that doctor and or know if the doctor is going to sign a death certificate.
Okay, so everybody's just doing this investigation. You find an elderly individual there. At that point in time, you had no reason to suspect anything that nefarious was happening at that point.
Correct.
You all move into the kitchen area?
Yes.
And are we seeing there again on the countertop the same thing we saw in those still photos? And you're making note of the fact that there's groceries there that have not been put away?
Yes.
You see that there's kind of doors here and a table in front of those doors?
Yes.
It looks like she uses that kind of as a little work area, maybe. Bible, other kind of Bible studies, that things there on the table.
Yes.
You go in this other room, it's kind of like an office or a study type room.
Yes.
There's some double doors kind of in that back area over there.
Yes.
Those double doors, and they appear to have some sort of a rubber band or something clasping those together.
Yes.
At some point in time, do you contact the medical examiner's office?
I do.
And are you, you go through that litany of questions that they ask of you as to whether or not they need to send someone to respond out. Or
Yes.
they can release the body to the nursing home.
Yes.
Based on the information that you had collected that night, the information that you had at that moment in time, which we're talking about now the early morning hours of February 1st, as we progressed through the night, they did not determine that there was a need for them to come out to collect Mrs. Brooks' body.
Correct.
You have some knowledge of the information of how this investigation has progressed since that time and since learning about Mr. Chemirmir, is that right?
Yes.
Had you known that information at that time, would there have been a different call here to be made with the body of Mrs. Brooks?
Yes.
And where would that have been?
Well, CID would have came out, detectives from the Criminal Investigation Division.
Okay. And then most likely the medical examiner would have taken the body to the medical examiner's office.
Correct.
But when you get the information that that Mrs. Brooks is not going to be transported to the medical examiner's office, did your training and experience want you to do something else?
Yes, I had been a detective for 12 years, so I've had multiple calls like this, numerous calls, and it was a little rare to me that they weren't going to send a transport team to transport the body at a residence. That it's common for them to do that, to release straight to the funeral home for deaths like in nursing homes or a rehab facility where there's doctors present. But it was a little bit rare, it seemed to me, for a private residence with no one at home.
Based on that, did you want to take a closer look at the body of Ms. Brooks?
Yes.
And is that what we're going to watch here?
Yes, sir.
Are you just looking for any kind of obvious signs of trauma or anything like that that might stand out to you as a experienced officer?
Yes, I'm obviously not a doctor or a medical examiner. I was just I just felt like I wanted to be thorough and make sure there wasn't some type of injury that we didn't see, or that the I don't know what how thorough the paramedics treatment was, so I just wanted to be as thorough as possible.
Thank you, Judge. did this house appear to be ransacked or rummaged through or anything of that nature?
No, it was well kept.
Commissioner Approach? We put that picture in already in larger form than this is a smaller form of her groceries left out at her house.
Yes.
I'll pass it.
Mr. Mays or Mr. Phillips?
No question, John.
All right, Ms. Williams, be released.
Yes, sir.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. And you may call your next witness.
We'll call Ambrose.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge.
You are welcome to testify with or without your mask, whatever you're comfortable with, but you have plexiglass, just in case you don't take your mask off, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Martin, you may proceed. Oh, no, you can't, because I forgot your list. I knew I was going to forget this. Could you please raise your right hand for me? Do you so solemnly swear tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Proceed.
Hi, Ms. Brooks. How are you doing?
Fine.
Good. I need to, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Ann Brooks.
And do you know a Mary Brooks?
She's my mother.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 285. Is this your?
That's she.
All right. Let me ask you a few questions about your mom. Where was she born?
She was born in Oklahoma City.
And how long did she live there? You know?
Till after she married. So 25 years.
Who did she marry?
She married my father, Quentin Brooks.
And at some point in time, did they move to the Dallas area?
Yes.
And what type of business was your father in?
My father was a radiologist.
And your mother, did she have a?
She was a dietitian, and then she stayed home, and then she went back to work as a dietitian after the kids were raised.
And so about what year do you think they moved to Richardson?
About between 62 and 64.
And where were you born?
I was born in Ardmore, Oklahoma.
And do you have brothers and sisters?
I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters. One sister predeceased my mother.
And at that time when the family moved to Richardson, everybody moved to Richardson?
Everybody did. Well, my 2 youngest sisters were born here.
Born here, okay. Now, your father passed away at some time?
Right about 2007, I think.
And at some time, did your mom move to a location at 777 Custer Road?
Yes.
And do you recall what year that might
I want to say 2012.
have been? Somewhere around 2011, 2012,
Something like that.
Okay, she had been there on January 30th of 2018, she had been living there for a good little while.
Good, yes.
And your sister, the one that passed away, is that her name June?
Jane.
Jane. Okay. Your sister, can't read my own writing, I mean you there. Okay. All right, your sister, when she passed away in what year?
2016.
And did she also live in that same complex at 777?
She did. There are groups of 3 or 4 units, and she lived about 4 units, 4 sets down from
And,
her.
was that somewhat by design? She's ailing in health, she's close to your mom, that kind of a symbiotic relationship there between the two.
They were very close. We were all very close, but I think Jane and Mother were the closest. And Jane had worked for my father when he had an office. She ran his office, and she is the one. The rest of us kind of moved in and out of Richardson after we grew up, but she always stayed in Richardson.
So after Jane passes away in 2016, at some point in time, is your son, David, we met him earlier.
Right.
He moves into that unoccupied now condo of Jane's.
He moved into Jane's condo. Yes.
Are you all a close family?
Very.
We've been calling her Mary Brooks. I think David kind of brought us through. She's Sue, Mary Sue, kind of different ways of knowing her.
Right.
Would you all spend some time checking in on her, maybe take turns, family members, make sure that someone talks to her almost every day?
We were always there growing up. Somebody was always around. My younger brother and I lived in Richardson. Our children went to the very same schools that we ourselves went to. We lived, within right there. And then after my father died, we made more of an effort to stay in touch. So when I moved away, the 3 of us who were not in town made agreement that we would be calling every day. At least one of us would call every day, that we would be coming in. Somebody would come in once a month. So that was like every quarter at the least. So we were there a lot. And then my niece lived in town and was over probably twice a month. And my son was there and saw her a lot. They saw each other.
So a lot of people, but y'all stayed close, stayed as much contact as you could as your life allowed.
Right.
Getting closer into the early January of 2018, did you come in for a visit? Where were you living at the time?
We were living in California where my husband was working. Well, and we had a house in Houston. So I would go back to Houston to take care of the house. And every time I did, I'd come back through Dallas. So it was a good way to see her.
Okay. And 2000, maybe a couple of weeks before this, in January, did you have an occasion to come and visit?
So mid-January, I was here. I think I flew out on the 15th of January.
Somewhere around there, either the 12th or the 16th, the 13th to the 15th, something like that.
I was there that weekend before.
Okay. And did she take she was generally a healthy individual.
She was very healthy.
How old was she at the time?
She was 87. She was almost 88.
Okay. And now after you had left, did she get a little flu-like symptom?
I think she got the flu. She went to her regular doctor, her internist, got Tamiflu, was staying at home. We talked to her a little bit, but mainly she was tired. And then a couple of days before the end of the month, she said she was feeling better. She was ready to start getting out. She had a friend who was making layettes for babies at Parkland. And so Mother was one of the things she wanted to do was go out and get some baby clothes and blankets and things for these to make up the layettes.
And these are things that you would have talked about even just days before January 30th.
Oh, yes.
29th.
Yeah, she was always showing me the newest thing that she'd bought for the little babies. And some of them were preemies, so she'd buy really tiny things. And she just thought they were cute. So they were.
Did you lose, starting on January 30th, did you stop having contact with your mom?
Yeah, we're all close, but my sister and I and my mother would kind of talk. So we'd talk to our mother, and then we talked to each other. So it was, I don't know why we didn't have a group phone call, but no, the way we did it was we'd all talk about each other in and around.
I think that happens a lot.
So we couldn't get hold of her. And so I couldn't get hold of her. Then after a bit, I called my sister. She couldn't get hold of her. We kept kind of tagging, Mom had a lot of things she was doing. So sometimes she'd be out at a meeting or out to lunch with her friends. And we didn't really worry about it, but we couldn't get hold of her.
And that was odd.
And that was very odd. And that she didn't return the calls.
So the evening, that's January 30th, going to January 31st, evening of January 31st, still no contact, no one's heard from her. You asked your son to do something.
So it was getting later and later, and, she wasn't responding. I called my son and asked him to go over and look at her, because that was one of the reasons he was living there, was that there'd be family. There had always been lots of family around, and it seemed like there wasn't as much physically close to her. So, but it was pretty late, and he didn't want to go. And I kind of did the mom thing and said, you better go. And he grumped and stomped like any kid would and went over there.
Did you then learn what he found in California?
So he called me back and told me that she was deceased.
And what did you do once you got that information?
I called my sister and let her know. My husband was on his cell phone getting an airline ticket for me to fly back. And I don't remember what time I got on board. It was an American Airlines flight, but the sun was coming up. It was bright, it was red in the eastern sky when I got here in Dallas.
It's the early morning hours of February 1st.
Right.
And were you the executor of her estate?
Yes.
And so you come in, you find out that your mother's passed away, and then you start trying to do the things that you can as an executor to try to figure out what's next, wills, things like that.
My mom had always had me and then later my other sisters on her safe deposit box. And from about the time I was in high school, she would take me through it periodically. So I knew all of the things that were there, and she felt that she could keep her will. When they were at the big house, she kept it at the house. But when they moved over to the condo, she put it in the safe box because I could open it too. So I was looking for the bank safe box keys, which were in a fire safe in the condo that my mother had brought over from our original house. So.
All right, so let me break this down just a tad bit.
Right.
We're going to get too many safes.
I know it's tricky.
So there's a safety deposit box.
Right.
That's at the bank.
Right.
And is your mother a pretty meticulous?
She's so meticulous. I don't know why she was a dietitian. She should have been a CPA. She just.
She had everything in order.
Yes.
Okay, and she made sure that you all were aware of all the things that she had and where they should be.
Yes.
There's a safety deposit box at the bank.
Right.
In her house, was there a smaller fire safe?
There was a smaller fire safe.
It was a heavy item.
Yes.
And where was it housed inside your mom's house?
So she had a 2-bedroom condo, and the bedroom in front she made into a sitting room, computer room, whatever you want to call it. And she converted the closet into shelves, and there was the fire safe on this side and the computer printer on that side. And then underneath there was a big plastic tub that had an air mattress. And so when I came, or when any of us came, we'd pull out the air mattress, and that's
the room you'd stay in.
That's the room I would stay in.
I think earlier on, with some of the other, that's probably a study.
That's fine.
She's going to use it as
right.
Okay, so in that closet, inside that room, there should be a safe in there.
Right.
And inside that safe would that where the key to the safety deposit box be?
Correct.
All right. And then there might be other things of importance in that safe box, but not significant. First, the safety deposit box kept all her bills and stuff.
They kept all of her paperwork.
Paperwork. Okay. Now, when you are looking for that safe, and you started looking around the house, other family members kind of come over as well.
Right,
You all start realizing that things are missing.
right. We looked around for quite a while. I have no idea because I don't think I could have picked up the safe. It was pretty heavy. I know my mother couldn't have picked it up, but it was right at eye level when I'm standing there. And some of her Bibles and Bible study material was where the safe used to be. And so I just kept thinking she'd moved it, which was, like I said, looking back was really foolish. So I kept looking around the condo, trying to figure out where she had moved the safe. And then eventually kind of looking to see, had she put the keys somewhere else? And I don't know. After a couple of hours, my nieces said, we don't see any jewelry. And so then we stopped looking for the safe and started looking at her jewelry.
And there were some notable items. You're really familiar with her.
Yes,
jewelry.
yes,
And there were some notable items, heirlooms, things that have been in your family for a long time.
Yes.
That were just gone. You
Yes.
couldn't find.
yes,
And when you all made this determination, did you call the Richardson Police Department?
we did.
And you were aware at this point in time that most the evidence that they had was that she had been alive at Walmart the day before
Right,
and found that next night. So there's a considerable amount of time passing between the last time she's alive and the time she's found.
right,
And so we all just wanted to make reports that, hey, these things are missing. We don't know how they've come up with this.
right.
Okay. Eventually, sometime down the road, I'm going to come back to that scenario of the jewelry here in a minute. But
Okay.
eventually, sometime down the road, did you ever find the key to the safety deposit box?
No, they had to drill out the safe box, the
The-
bank safe
The
box,
safety deposit box.
the safety deposit box.
And then inside there, you were able to find all those
Her-
documents and things that you were looking for.
Everything that I think I had gone over it with her the previous year and everything was still there exactly. All of her titles to her condo and her car, and she had inherited property from her parents. And so those leases and deeds and titles were in there. And the trust that she and my dad had and her will and previous copies of family members' documents were in there. And it was all grouped and labeled and, just her usual neat self.
I went to sleep on me here, so just give me a second.
Okay.
It's coming up to me.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 257. You recognize this door from your mom's study.
This is the closet in her study.
All right, and you see that there's a
big
something
rubber
keeping
band.
it closed there.
Right, a big rubber band.
All right, with those doors, if that rubber band was on there, they kind of off their hinges and would kind of.
They would just kind of come open, and that was her solution. I'm not sure why.
Okay, and the printer for her computer is in that closet as well.
It's in the closet on the right-hand side, about the same height as a little bit lower, but about the same height as the fire safe.
All right. And was there an issue that had come up just a few days before with the Bible study? And were you all in the same Bible study, just a national Bible study?
She was in it. I wasn't at that time,
Okay.
but she frequently had computer issues.
Okay. So were you helping her to print?
So I was printing her Bible study.
And so you would have been inside that closet and aware if there had been something out of place as far as the safe is concerned.
Yes, and plus I pulled out this air mattress and put it back there.
Okay. All right. And so looking at State's Exhibit number 54, do you recognize that as your mom's bedroom?
This is my mother's bedroom.
Okay. And this side table here,
Mhm.
to the left side of the bed, to the bed's left side, I guess right side as you're looking at it.
Correct.
Is there something significant about that night table?
That's where my mother kept all of the heirloom antique, the things that she inherited. So most of it was costume or small jewelry, but two really big rings of my grandmother's were in there. And she kept them there. I think she always kept them there. That was the same bedside table she used at the big house. But that was her side of the bed. So I think she kept them there because if she couldn't sleep at night, she could pull that open and kind of look at the rings and remember them, her parents.
Back in corner of this is State's number 255. Is this the other kind of opposite corner?
Right. So if you were looking in that other picture towards the bed, this was back here.
And would she also keep maybe some jewelry on the top? It's hard to see in this.
She had 3 little boxes of jewelry, and that was the things that she wore most often. And they were all more valuable, real pieces. And then in the top drawer of that tall dresser, she had a little plastic bin that had a lot of divisions, and she kept a costume jewelry. She had some glass beads, and she had different things that, we'd given her as kids that were just.
Were there items that you were familiar with that your mother cared about missing from both of these locations?
Everything from all of these.
Everything was missing.
Yes, except the costume jewelry.
Okay. Station number 285. If on her left hand there is a ring, and tell me about that ring.
So my mother had a really small wedding ring when she first married, very modest thing. And about their 30th wedding anniversary, Dad bought her this set, a wedding ring and an engagement ring. So the wedding ring was a really big circle cut diamond. And then the engagement part had 3 of these marquee cut diamonds off of it. So they look like cat's eyes, they're pointed at each end. And she always wore those. And then she had her original ring cut kind of in half and wore it on her neck, on a necklace. But
This ring here
was gone.
It was gone.
Yeah.
And that's a ring that she most likely would have worn on her hand almost every day.
She wore it I never saw her without it.
You never saw her with that?
No.
Looking here at State's Exhibit 250. That's her right hand. State's Exhibit 251. You can tell that there is no ring. That ring, you should see it on her wedding.
Right.
The wedding. The jewelry she has on her neck.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
That's a angel skin coral. And my parents went to Hawaii after I was in college, or while I was in college, and got the necklace there. And it was just really pretty. It had two kind of coral colors. So I think it just was a very pretty necklace, and it had little tiny gold beads in between the coral. And then we all thought it was so pretty, and she did too. So she bought earrings and a bracelet and a ring to match, or to
Okay.
go with it.
And did she wear that jewelry often?
Almost all the time.
It
And
looked really nice on her.
it looked really nice on her. I think it would look nice on most women, but it was a pretty and still kind of casual
Okay.
set of.
And did that become like a kind of a joke in the family?
It was. We almost always had meals together, definitely at the holidays, but at other times. And one time, I forget who, but, she said something like, "Jane, will you clear the table?" And Jane goes, "Well, if you leave me the coral in your will, I will." And so, of course, the rest of us were not to be outdone. And that became, yes, I'll dust, I'll sweep the floor, I'll make up the bed if you leave me the coral. So when we were together, it was changing hands 3 or 4 times a day. Whoever did anything for her, we were supposed to get the coral.
Everybody knew this, and it was another item that just was obvious to be gone and missing, and something that should.
Yes, yes.
Now, we've seen a picture of this ring here.
Mhm.
This is Stacy's number 237. Are you familiar with this ring?
This is my grandmother's, my mother's wedding ring. And it was kept in the bedside table. And the last time I actually saw it was at Thanksgiving in the Thanksgiving before she passed away.
Okay, so November of 2017.
Yeah.
Okay, and are you super familiar with this ring?
I am so familiar with this ring because my grandmother, kind of like my mother, she had just a plain gold band. Then my grandfather bought her the center stone as an engagement ring later when they had a little more money. And then at some point, I think when we were born, they went and got this ring made. So it was really sparkly. And of course we were kids. And so we just loved it and made over it. And we counted all of the stones. And it turns out on that inner side, there's 7 little diamonds on each side. And there's 7 of us in the family. So I'm not really sure that's why she had it made. But of course she told us that was to represent us, and we fell for it,
And was it actually 2 rings kind of soldered?
It was 3 rings soldered together. So it was just a big, almost knuckle to knuckle ring. And see, I was talking about those marquee cut, and all of those little diamonds looked like that. They looked like little elongated things, but they're each a little circular diamond, and it has a little dot of white gold at each end. It's really smooth, and it made it so sparklier than the diamonds, I think, themselves. It just was really shiny, and it was, my grandmother's style. It was.
Did your mom in February of 1989 get that ring appraised? And is that what we see in Stacy number 283?
It is.
And was this one of the documents that you found inside the safety deposit box when you went inside?
Yes.
Okay, and did you provide this document to Detective Pagel?
I did. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
And so, looking at State's Exhibit number 278, you recognize that diamond ring right there is your grandmother's diamond ring.
Yes, after I graduated from college, I was visiting my grandmother, and she got sick, had to go to the hospital, and they don't let you keep jewelry there. So she gave me both of her big rings, her diamond earrings, and I just wore them for the week that she was in the hospital. And when she got out, I gave them back to her, of course. But So I had seen them all the time growing up, but I was also wearing them for a little while. And you better believe I was looking at them every day.
Is there any chance your mom sold these items to someone else?
No, no. And
I'll pass it.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Moore?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness step down?
1 second, Judge, if I just put these up. That's your mom and her mother's ring. It should have been there at Custard Road. Thank you, Judge. That's it.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Can Ms.
Yes, you can, no objection.
Okay, you may be, thank you.
thank you, Judge.
May we approach?
Yes, sir. You want me, yeah, no, we're good. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take a afternoon break. If you would be back in the jury room, you can be back about, let's go ahead and take a 15 minute break. You can be back in the jury room at, what's that, 2:30? We'll be good to go when you get there, okay?
All rise.
call your next witness?
Thank you, Judge. State calls Agent Martin Sedgwick.
All right, agent, will you please raise your right hand for me? Do you so solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Agent Sedgwick.
Afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the members of the jury.
My name is Mark Sedgwick, and I'm a special agent with the FBI out of the Dallas office.
And how long have you been an agent with the FBI?
Just over 23 years.
So prior to joining the FBI 23 years ago, tell us a little bit about yourself.
I was a 1993 graduate of the United States Naval Academy, and then spent 5 years in the Marine Corps as an artillery officer.
And during the 23 years now, what different positions have you held?
I've been in the Houston division and the Dallas division. In Houston, I worked mostly narcotics and violent crime with a small stint in counterterrorism. And then when I transferred to the Dallas division in 2012, I worked public corruption for about a year, then worked violent crimes for about a year and a half. And then now I do CAST full time.
What exactly, you said CAST, is that an acronym?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is that?
CAST is the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. And what that is, it's a group of specially trained agents and task force officers who have been certified as experts in the analysis of historical call detail records.
And as it relates to criminal investigations, what does the CAST do?
Basically, we take call detail records, or CDRs, which is basically your phone bill, has the date and time a caller text was made, the two parties involved, but it also has the cell tower and sector of the cell tower that the device used when it made that caller text or received that caller text. Based on that and knowing the other towers in the area, I can determine the approximate location that device had to be when that caller text occurred.
And so what you're telling the jury you're basing this analysis off of is these business records from the phone carrier. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so what I think you're saying is then you're able to analyze those and based on that information containing those records, give an approximate location of a cell phone device.
Yes, sir.
And so to be able to do something like this, what kind of specialized training and experience do you have?
I've had over 400 hours of initial training. That training was other FBI agents from outside companies that how radio frequency or RF energy works. That's how the cell phone communicates with the tower, is through radio frequency. And most importantly, I've been trained by the engineers from all the major service providers in the United States, from AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, Sprint when it was still Sprint. I've been trained by the engineers on how the network works, how the cell phone interacts with the network.
And so I guess how long have you been doing this as part of the CAST?
I took my first class in 2007. CAST actually became a unit at headquarters in 2012, and then I was fully certified in 2014.
You assigned to the Dallas office as part of the CAST division and FBI?
I'm assigned to the Dallas office, and I work CAST as my primary duty in Dallas.
Are there other CAST agents at the Dallas division?
We just recently certified another agent late last year.
Is this type of analysis that you're telling the jury that you do, is that done throughout the United States?
Yes, sir. There are approximately 70 CAST assets throughout the country.
And do they testify based on reviewing of records and the location information they provide, just like what you're doing today?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us how many times you've been asked to review records and then write a report with an approximate location of a cell phone device?
Hundreds, if not thousands of times.
So based on all this, the experience that you told us, with the training, do you find this type of analysis that yourself and the other members of the CAST team do to be reliable?
Yes, sir. I've used this. We say there are kind of three things that make us an expert in this. Is one, detailed knowledge of how to actually read the call detail records to translate what they're showing in those records. Two, detailed knowledge of how the phone interacts with the network and how the network is designed to operate. But third, and most importantly, is real world experience using these records to locate cell phones. I've used these records to locate kidnapped victims, fugitives, unfortunately bodies. I've done all that, and the CAST unit does that almost daily.
So you're saying, I guess during an ongoing investigation, there have been times where you reviewed records and provided that information in the form of an approximate location of a cell phone device, which is then aided to find a suspect or a missing person.
Yes, sir.
Is that something you've done just a few times, or is it often?
I've worked probably 20 or 30 kidnappings and multiple fugitive cases, and then all the normal cases I work.
Are there other times where you reviewed the reports and provided a conclusion in the form of an approximate location, and then later found out that there's other types of evidence, whether it's witness statements or video, that would corroborate the location information in your report?
Yes, sir.
And you've mentioned, kind of as we talked this afternoon, call detail records a few times, and I think time advance records as well. And ultimately, are those the type of records that you're telling the jury that you review during your analysis?
In this case, I had call detail records and also what's called time in advance records. That not only gives me the cell tower and sector, but also the approximate distance the device was from the tower at the time of the event.
And so any one of us who has a cell phone, our cell phone is going to create those records for whatever carrier business we have.
Yes, sir.
To understand a little bit about your analysis, can you tell the jury just the general principles of how a cell phone works, how a cell phone interacts with the network, and then after that, we'll talk about the type of records that are created based on that activity.
Yes, sir. So basically, the way the cell phone works is when it's sitting in your pocket and you're not using it, we call that as an idle mode. But every tower in the country broadcasts a signal, continually broadcasting a signal. Your cell phone looks for that signal. So a T-Mobile phone is going to look for that T-Mobile signal. What the phone does is it looks for the strongest signal with the least amount of interference, generally the closest tower. And it'll, what we refer to it as, camp on that tower. It just sits and listens to that control channel. When I hit send on my phone, I reach out on that control channel, and that is a tower that's reflected in the call detail records. For an incoming call, the network doesn't know what tower I'm camped on. It knows I'm in Dallas. So it'll send a page to all those towers in that area, and I'll respond to that page on the tower that the phone at that time sees the best.
I guess, why is a phone camping out at a tower? What's the purpose of that?
It's choosing the tower it sees the best. So when it's ready to be used, that connection can be done as quickly as possible. These are multi-million-dollar, billion-dollar companies. They want people to have good service. So the engineers get paid a lot of money to make sure the network is functioning efficiently.
That allows me, if my phone rings and I answer it, that allows me to immediately say hello. That's what allows that service based on that knowledge of the cell phone tower that I'm camped off at.
Yes, sir.
And so you said when I hit send or answer a phone call, that call detail records are created. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And call detail records in the form of I guess, tell us what's contained in a call detail record that's kept with the cell phone carriers.
As I stated earlier, it's going to be, the date and time of the call, how long it lasted, the two parties involved, and then incoming, outgoing, and then the tower information.
The cell phone tower location or that identification.
Yes, sir.
And you told us how that is used. As far as timing advance records, can you tell us, I guess, why a phone carrier would have those for their business purposes, and then what additional, I guess, application of that information you can have to map phones?
Yes, sir. So time in advance, you don't have to be in a call or a text for that record to be created. It's just going on in the background, where timing is very important in the cell world, how long the signal takes to get from the cell tower to the phone and back. So you'll get time advance records will sometimes be created when the timing is a little off because the signal couldn't travel in a straight line. So it had a little deviation because there's a building or something like that. So those time in advance records can be created, and there are times when they're not created, just depending on what the phone's doing at that time. But they're independent of, you cannot be touching your phone. It's just sitting there, and you can have time in advance records created.
And those are helpful when you do what you do because they provide a distance. Tell us exactly what additional they provide that the call detail records do not.
They provide that distance from the tower. So basically they measure, it's the speed of light in a vacuum, but it's how long it took the signal to go from the tower to the cell phone and back, and then they divide by 2. And then what I display is, it looks kind of like a sausage wedge or a hot dog, and that gives me the distance that that phone was from the tower or closer to the tower, because obviously if it had to deviate a little, it takes a little longer, so it thinks it's farther away than it is. But I can narrow down where within the sector a phone is, and then if I have time in advance from 2 different towers where I kind of get crisscrosses, I can then narrow it down even more and go, okay, if I'm looking for a fugitive and I've got arcs that crisscross, I can go, hey, let's start where they crisscross, and then we'll start moving our way out looking for this fugitive or that device.
So just to kind of summarize this right here, I don't have a phone call going on right now, do I? Does it appear so?
As far as I can tell, no, sir.
Okay. So, but you're saying it's likely my phone is creating some form of report that AT&T or T-Mobile would have, right?
In this case, time in advance is T-Mobile.
Okay. So now if I dial a phone, dial someone's number, and I call someone, that would be different than time in advance. That would be the call detail records. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the cell phone towers, and I'll show a photo here that I know you've seen as far as the cell phone towers, but the location of those and the differences between, you know, a city like Dallas and somewhere in East Texas. Can you explain that?
Well, towers, there is a capacity on a tower. They're designed to operate at about 50% capacity at max, so there's not issues. But obviously, in downtown Dallas, there are a lot more people with cell phones, so towers tend to be closer together, so they can provide that coverage. When you get out to East Texas, there's not many people, so towers can be spread farther apart. So when I do my analysis, I not only have to know where the tower I'm interested in that was used is, but the other towers in the area to determine that approximate coverage area.
And if there's more towers in an area, that will allow you to narrow down your approximate location of the cell phone device. Is that right?
Yes, sir. The more, urban areas, towers are much closer together, so their footprint is smaller. As you get farther out into the, East Texas or wherever the rural areas, towers are farther apart, so their coverage areas are larger.
And Agent Sedgwick, were you asked to review cell phone records for cell phone number 972-674-7527?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what type of review and analysis did you do?
I was provided call detail records, time in advance records, and then several addresses or points of interest and date and time ranges of interest to do my analysis.
Is that typically the type of information is given to you? Here's a range of dates, here's some certain times and important locations, and go do what you do.
Yes, sir.
In this case, were you given any specific times to look for?
Yes, sir. I was given ranges of time or date or specific dates, but not like, never like 2:22 p.m. It was, hey, between 2 and 3 or just the whole day kind of things.
You have any purchase witness? Agent Sedgwick, I'm showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit 19 and also admitted, as well as State Exhibit 320. Can you review these and make sure you do recognize?
319?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is the disk containing the call detail records and time in advance records that I utilized for my analysis.
Okay.
And then 320 is a printed out copy of my report.
Would you agree that cell phone records are quite voluminous?
Yes, sir.
And so they're provided to you in the form of an Excel file. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so what you're able to do is review those records and compare dates to those important locations and create a report. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so State Exhibit 320, is that your report for the cell phone number 972-674-7527?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And it has a nice graphical representation of the cell phone device, cell phone tower, as well as these important locations that we've talked about.
Yes, sir, it does.
Do you think that this report would aid the jury in understanding and actually seeing your conclusions.
Yes, sir.
The dates you were asked to review, were they January 30th,
Yes, sir.
2018?
Yes, sir.
January 31st,
Yes, sir.
March 15th,
Yes, sir.
March 19th,
Yes, sir.
March 20th.
Yes, sir.
That's what's created into your report that we just told the jury is Exhibit 320.
Yes, sir.
But you're aware that there were far more records that were initially provided from the cell phone carrier, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so in the form of call detail records, right?
Yes, sir.
And also timing advance records.
Yes, sir.
And sometimes we have timing advance records and sometimes we don't, is that right?
Yes, sir.
In this particular report, you were asked to look at these dates and compare them to certain locations, right?
Yes, sir.
And do we have timing advance records for every day?
No, sir.
What day did we not have them for?
March 20th.
And sometimes that's just what happens.
I did not get involved. I got involved last year in this case, so I don't know what was written or anything, what was requested, but the records I was provided, I did not have any time in advance records for March 20th.
This isn't the first time you've reviewed records that would sometimes have call detail records and sometimes would not have timing advance records, though, right?
Yes, sir.
So January 30th, we had timing advance records. January 31st, we had timing advance records. March 15th, timing advance records. March 19th, timing advance records. And then March 20th, we had just the call detail records, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you would be able to merely tell the jury that a cell phone device is utilizing a particular tower. Is that right?
Tower and sector. Yes, sir.
So look, I know I've mentioned the number several times. I just want to show you a couple pieces of evidence that have already been admitted. Say Exhibit 295, it's cell phone extraction. The cell phone number we see on say Exhibit 295, the cell phone number would be 972 674 7527. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And State Exhibit 318, consent to search. We see a cell phone number 972 674 7527. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And State Exhibit 278. The jury's heard that this is an offer-up account. The cell phone number associated to that, would that be that same phone number?
Yes, sir. 972-674-7527.
I may have misspoke, but I want to be very clear in regards to your report and the records that you reviewed. Looking at State Exhibit 320, your report, would that be for that from that same number, 972-674-7527?
Yes, sir, it would.
Page 3 of State Exhibit 320. You mentioned cell phone towers and the importance of placement of those. What do we see here in State Exhibit number 3?
What this is a representation on the left-hand side. That's your typical macro cell tower you'd see on the side of a highway. But what you can see is it has three distinct sides. The majority of cell towers in the United States are broken up into three sectors or pieces of pie. And they can be oriented or pointed in any direction the network deems is best for their purposes. But in the records, I am given the azimuth or orientation of the center of each sector. So in this case, I'm given an orientation of sector 1 of 60 degrees. So that would cover 60 degrees to either side, actually a little more than 60 degrees because of overlap, but from basically 0 degrees to 120 degrees, or on a clock face, which most people, it's easier to think of it that way. Every hour on a clock face is equal to 30 degrees. So 60 degrees is 2 o'clock. So a tower oriented at 60 degrees would cover from 12 o'clock to 4 o'clock on a clock face.
Basically, the cell phone tower encompasses 360 degrees. It's divided into 3 sectors. Is that right?
Majority of towers, yes, sir.
And so when utilizing locations, you're able to narrow down the direction of that cell phone device. Is that right?
I can tell which sector it was in. Yes, sir.
By utilizing a particular sector, we'll call this sector 1, you would say that that's consistent with the cell phone device being in this area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. What I can state is, and one, I'm talking about a device. I can't say who was carrying the device or what happened on a call or text. But the device, what I can say is the device was utilizing a tower that has a coverage area that includes a particular address, or it doesn't include a particular address.
And it's very common, what we see here in page 3 of Exhibit 320, to see these alongside the road, right?
Yes, sir.
Page 4 of your report kind of is a preview of the following pages, but it helps us understand what we're looking at. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this what we're looking right here. Can you tell the jury what this is?
That's how I'll display the approximate coverage area of a cell tower just based off of CDR. So as you can see, I have those 2 sector arms. In this case, this one's pointed at 12 o'clock or 0 degrees. So, and then that shaded area, that's just showing how the energy from the cell tower goes out kind of in an upside down funnel, but it's not indicative of the actual coverage area of the tower. The actual coverage area is larger than that shaded area. I just can't say exactly where the coverage area of a tower ends. And then the center box, what you see here, that is the timing advance. And you can see that kind of hot dog. And that is the distance, the approximate distance that cell phone was from the tower during that timing advance. And then the way I display, so I'll have those wedges on there, and then I'll have these call out boxes, and those show like the top line is the unique identifier for that cell tower. So that cell tower only exists in one spot on the planet. So that's how I can say I know exactly which tower it used. And then I have the date of the records, the target number being mapped, the local time. T-Mobile sends the records in UTC, so I have to adjust for local time. The person I was told is associated with the phone. And then if it's a call or a text, I'll say if it's incoming, outgoing, is it a call or a text or a voicemail? The sector orientation or that azimuth that tower is pointed at. And then for time in advance, I'll have the distance in miles that the center of that hot dog was from the base of the tower.
This, what we see right here, will be reflective of what they call detailed record holder, something where you can give the cell phone tower and the sector. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then here, there's a little bit more detailed information. Would you agree?
Yes, sir.
And this is the timing advance records, which not only does it give us the cell phone tower and sector, but you mentioned we have an arc right here, right? I would call it an arc. And that is the distance from the approximate distance of where you're saying the cell phone device is, anywhere within this arc. Is that right?
Yes, sir. It'd be in the arc or closer to the tower.
And I'm gonna hit this one more time, but that's that's calculated from the distance from the time that the cell phone tower communicates to the cell phone device and back. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So to understand what we're about to see here, you have this box at every one of these cell phones, right?
Yes, sir. When there's usage, I'll display it.
And what we see here, number 1, that's an identifier for a cell phone tower, right?
Yes, sir.
And your report is based on the T-Mobile cell phone towers from 2018. Is that right?
Yes, sir. When I didn't join this case till late 2021, so I want to use the towers in existence in 2018 in January, March timeframe of 2018, not the towers that exist in 2021. So I use the most contemporaneous tower list to the records.
And so we see very clearly, you give the number, the time, whether we know it's an incoming call. If incoming or outgoing call is not listed, that would mean that it's timing advance record. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then you told us already, but the 0.44 miles, the 0.2 miles, that's the actual distance you're telling the jury a cell phone device is from a cell phone tower. Is that right?
The approximate distance, yes, sir.
on page 5, you told us you were asked to review the cell phone device of Billy Chemirmir in comparison to, the cell phone records of Billy Chemirmir in comparison to important locations. These important locations are what's on page 5. Can you go through each one of these for us?
Yes, sir. I was provided the defendant's residence as 4500 Pear Ridge Drive in Dallas. I was provided, and that'll be shown in a yellow tab with a house in the middle of it. And obviously the tabs are bigger than the location on the maps. So there's a little arrow at the bottom. So the address is actually at the tip of that little point at the bottom. Then a Walmart at 15757 North Coit Road in Dallas. That is a blue tab with a WM for Walmart. Diamond and Gold Exchange, 7995 LBJ Freeway in Dallas, Texas. That's a yellow tab with DGE. Enterprise Rent-A-Car, 9850 North Central Expressway, Dallas, Texas. That is a green flag with an E. And then I was provided 3 different crime scenes. One of Mary Brooks, 777 Custer Road in Richardson, Texas. That was a red flag with an MB. Preston Place, 5000 Old Shepherd Place, Plano, Texas, with a PP. And then Lu Harris, 6609 Warm Breeze Lane, Dallas, Texas, another red flag with an LH. So this is where I start getting into my analysis. This is a time frame from January 30th, 2018, from 10:05 a.m. to 11:25 a.m. And what you can see is during that time frame, the phone utilized, and these are all time in advance records. I didn't have any. I had one call during this time frame, so these are mostly time in advance records. But what you can see is the majority of them kind of have that intersection that I talked about. So if I was looking for a fugitive or a kidnapped victim or something like that, I would start in the area of the Walmart and then work my way out based on these records.
Just briefly, because this is the first time the jury's seen now the actual analysis that you described to us. I want to point out a few things if that's okay. So in every one of these pages following, we're going to have the actual date and the time range of the cell phone activity, whether it's a timing advance or whether it's an incoming or outgoing call or text message.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you're telling us from 10:05 to 11:25, this is the approximate location of the cell phone device of Billy Chemirmir. Is that right?
The phone associated with Mr. Chemirmir. Yes, sir.
And so I won't go through every box, but I'm going to point out this one. All right. So between 10:06 and 11:25, it says 57 calls, but for timing advance records, does that actually mean phone calls?
No, sir. Just it's the way the program displays it. It says, there are 57 calls, but that could be 57, 40 time in advance records, 3 texts, whatever it happens to be. And then since I have such voluminous 57, if I tried to show every single one, it would fill up the whole page. And then I do the time, the distance range, and then it lists how many were. So if there were more, it might say there were 50 calls, 50 time in advance records, 3 calls, 4 texts, or something like that.
Okay. So a phone call would be, for example, down here we have incoming call. Is that right?
Yes, sir. An incoming call that went to voicemail.
And so we know, based on call detail records and time advance records, the specific tower a phone is utilizing. And so going back to this box, from 10:06 to 11:25, you're utilizing the cell phone tower right here by JJ. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that cell phone tower itself, would the range of that tower cover the Walmart indicated here that you just told us I'll quote interrupt?
Yes, sir. If I didn't have time in advance, I could still state that that tower has a coverage. That tower and sector has a coverage area that includes the Walmart.
And so the sector itself is what narrows down, from 360 degrees down to the 120. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so in addition to that, you have these arcs. And you're telling us that the range of this arc is from 0.68 miles to 0.97 miles, right?
Yes, sir.
And your analysis is telling us that really the cell phone device is somewhere in these arcs.
Yes, sir. And then since I have other arcs, I can narrow that down. If I only had the one tower to the top right, I could only say it's somewhere within that arc. The Walmart is in that arc, but I couldn't narrow it down based on the intersections of the time in advance.
And these other cell phone towers that we see, you mentioned the crisscross. Is that what we see here, really over the Walmart? Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And so, as you told us, if this was a real world example where you're looking for a suspect or a victim, and this is the record you're reviewing, what location would you provide to begin a search?
I would draw a box with the Walmart pretty much in the center of the box, maybe a little to the top of the box, but the Walmart would be inside that box where I would send personnel or, start looking if we had a car or something, just start looking for that device in that area.
And state exhibit number 8. We see that it is, I'm sorry, I apologize. Page number 8 of state exhibit 230. Sorry.
320.
Okay, keep going. 1126 to 1138. Can you just come in summary, tell us what we see here?
Your Honor, can I stand just to point the screen? Okay. So basically what I have is at 1136, 1126, 1127, 35, 36.
There's a pointer for you, right?
Oh, awesome.
Awesome.
So the phone has moved away from the Walmart and starts traveling south and gets near the Diamond and Gold Exchange at 1132, and then basically starts heading back north towards the Walmart and gets around the Walmart just shy of it at 1138. So in the 12-minute time frame, the phone basically drives south or moves south, turns around and moves back north based on the time and distance, most likely in a vehicle. But the cell phone leaves the area of the Walmart, goes down south, and then returns approximately around 1138 to the area of the Walmart.
In page 9, we're now looking at same day, but from 1140 to 1150.
So what we have is from 1140 to 1150, we have, again, utilizing those same 3 towers with the time in advance arcing over the Walmart. And then at 1155, I have a time in advance, but the phone has moved east towards the Mary Brooks residence. As you can see from the time in advance, it's not near the Mary Brooks residence, but it has moved away from the Walmart, most likely logically along Arapahoe, but I can't say that, but moved towards the Mary Brooks residence.
But you can say that from the time period 1140 to 1150, this reflects that the cell phone device is an area consistent with being at Walmart. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And if you had to give that same identification of the location to search for a victim or a suspect, you would tell them to start off at Walmart. Is that right?
In the area of the Walmart and expand as needed.
Okay. And within 5 minutes of utilizing that cell phone tower, you see the device moving east at 1155. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we see that the sector now is pointing east. I guess, what's the significance of that as opposed to if it was pointing west?
If it was pointing west, this tower probably has no coverage of the Walmart, or where it's not dominant of the Walmart. It might have some strategy, but knowing that it's pointed to the east, I can definitely say that that tower, and based on the time advance, even without that, that tower does not have any coverage sector of the Walmart.
Would that be consistent with movement?
Yes, sir.
And on page 10, we see 1155 to 1245. And what we're pointing to here is the 1155. That's the same cell phone tower we just pointed to on page 9. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. It's the same tower. And then from 1159 to 1245, the cell phone is, and I have time in advance records with arcs going over the Mary Brooks residence. I only have the one tower providing that time in advance. So it's the phone is somewhere within those arcs.
So we have the cell phone device is utilizing a tower from 1140 to 1150 at Walmart. We have the phone moving east towards Mary Brooks' house at 1155, and now from 1149 to
59.
I'm sorry, 1159 to 1245, we're now utilizing a cell phone tower less than half a mile away from Mary Brooks' home.
Yes, sir.
And in addition to that, you're telling us that that cell phone device is within one of these arcs where Mary Brooks' house also is. Right?
Yes, sir. And, I had 21 events, time advance events. And obviously the more common ones are the darker arcs, just because that overlays on itself. So they get darker.
At 12:54, so 9 minutes after utilizing that tower, half a mile from Mary Brooks' home, where is this cell phone device?
So the last activity was at 12:45. So 9 minutes later, it is utilizing this tower, and it has the arcs that include the diamond and gold exchange, and it is there for approximately an hour and a half, give or take.
And so these arcs that range from 0.34 miles, 0.53 miles, you're telling us that that device is somewhere within those arcs. Those arcs would include the diamond and gold exchange.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Agent Sedgwick, on January 31st, from 10:54 to 12:20, what do we see here?
We see pretty much the same, almost the exact same usage of the time in advance, utilizing a tower that includes the diamond and gold exchange with that time in advance. And this is the next day.
So just for comparison. So those look eerily similar?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm showing you page 15. The date is March 15th from 8:27 to 1:57. The approximate location of Billy Chemirmir's cell phone device is where?
Based on this, during that time frame, again, I have 3 different towers, but with the overlapping of the timing advance, it would be the area includes the Preston Place. Again, if I was drawing a circle to start looking for someone, that center of that circle would pretty much be over Preston Place.
In Preston Place, we're talking about 5,000 Old Shepherd.
Yes, sir.
So just to point out. We have these arcs. We're talking about this overlap. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that same day, March 15th, from 2:54 to 3:37, what do we see here?
Again, the device is, I have those overlapping or crisscrossing time in advance records, putting it in the area of the Walmart.
So this is the area you're referring to as that crisscross, right?
Yes, sir.
So the jury's heard all about the arcs, but again, the cell phone device would be somewhere within these arcs. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree that, say, exhibit, I'm sorry, page 16, it's very similar to what we see here on page 9 on January 30th from 11:40 to 11:55.
Yes, sir. Just a larger time frame, so you have a lot more events.
Quick question in regards to this time frame, 2:54 to 3:37.
Yes, sir.
Looking at each one of these boxes, do we see any incoming or outgoing phone calls on March 15th from 2:54 to 3:37?
No, sir. It's all time in advance.
You're telling us that there are no incoming or outgoing phone calls from the cell phone provider of Billy Chemirmir's cell phone?
No, sir. There's no records. If there had been, it would be plotted on this map.
Page 18, March 19th, 8:18 to 9:36. What do we see here?
Again, we see those overlapping arcs over the Preston Place address.
So, of cell phone tower, and the overlapping arcs would include an area where Preston places, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go back again to March 15th. And so I want jury to recall cell phone tower, and the arcs on March 15th. Would that be consistent? Would that be the same?
Yes, sir. On the 19th, it used the other side of that tower a little bit, but Preston Place is real close to that overlap area between the sectors, but pretty much the same, almost the exact same usage.
So it's page 19 of your report. We're talking about March 19th still. So after the...
That's the 15th.
Thank you. So just want to track this phone. So from 8:18 to 9:36, the approximate location of the cell phone device is at Preston Place.
Yes, sir. Utilizing towers in time in advance that include the Preston Place address. Yes, sir.
And then at 10:10 through 11:45, that cell phone device is where?
It's consistent with being in the area of the defendant's address.
4500 Pear Ridge.
Yes, sir.
And on that same date, on page 20, that cell phone tells us that from 11:57 to 2:19, that device is where?
In the area of the Diamond and Gold Exchange. It's utilizing towers and time in advance records that include the Diamond and Gold Exchange.
And on March 19th, from 3 to 3:22, what do we see here?
The device is utilizing, again, time in advance records near the enterprise near an enterprise rent-a-car.
March 20th. You told us already this is a day where there was not time in advance records. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so left are what type of records?
Just the call detail records.
And those really tell us what tower and sector a cell phone device is utilizing, right?
Yes, sir.
But if someone's not using their phone, what type of information are you left?
Unlike time in advance where the device can just be idle in your pocket, with CDRs, if I don't have time in advance, a call or text has to occur for me to have any location data. If they're not being utilized, there's no data for me to use.
So can you just walk through 952 to 255 for us here on page 23?
Yes, sir. So what I have is at 9:52, and then there's basically a 2-hour gap, and then 11:42, there are 2 calls, both incoming. Actually, one is answered, one goes to voicemail, but it's utilizing a tower that has a coverage area that includes the Walmart. That is the same tower that a lot of the time in advance was off of from the earlier dates. And then at 12:01 is moved over here to the west. And then at 1:53, it's utilizing this tower. And then at 2:55, it's utilizing this tower off of, I of course covered the name of the street. But utilizing this tower down to the south of the Walmart with an orientation to the west.
So looking at 952, the same tower that we've seen frequently where you've told us the approximate location based on those time advanced records would be that Walmart?
Yes, sir.
And so the range of this tower, would that include Walmart?
Yes, sir. As I stated with just call detail records, that tower has a coverage area that includes the Walmart. You can see there's another T-Mobile tower kind of later at the intersection of Coit and Arapahoe. And being so close, when I first did analysis, I assumed that would probably be the dominant tower. But I look what that was. That's a small, what we refer to as a pico cell. So it's a very, very small cell tower. And there's a T-Mobile store there. So they have a small pico cell inside the T-Mobile store. And basically most T-Mobile stores do that. So when you play with one of their phones, you have awesome service inside their store. So.
And so, if there were no other incoming or outgoing phone calls, this would be what would be reflected in those phone records.
Yes, sir.
And page 24, from 456 to 459, what do we see here?
what we see here is again that tower, but at 456 has a coverage area in this area close to the Walmart. And then at 459, the phone is moved south-southwest, utilizing this tower south of the Lu Harris address.
If I zoom in on this tower here at 456, can you get an approximate location of the distance between Lu Harris's home and that cell phone tower?
The base of that cell tower is about 500 meters. So about a little less than a third of a mile.
And just from your knowledge of the places of interest, you know that 4500 Pear Ridge in page 24 would be somewhere up north?
Yes, sir. It'd be kind of up here above my map.
Can I give you a scenario?
Yes, sir.
And you tell us whether the record would be consistent with that, okay?
Yes, sir.
If someone was at Lu Harris's house, right, a third of a mile away from that cell phone tower, leaves, drives down towards Hillcrest, makes a phone call, drives down Hillcrest towards Beltline, 3 minutes later makes a phone call at 459, and then drives up north to 4500 Pear Ridge. Would these records be consistent with that scenario?
Yes, sir. That is obviously, I can't say exactly how the phone traveled, but that is consistent. And then the next slide kind of shows that continuation up towards the subject's residence.
So in fact, on page 25, you do see that cell phone that makes that phone call at 456, makes that phone call at 459, does indeed travel north up towards 4500 Pear Ridge, right?
Yes, sir.
And we see along the way, these records are from 456 to 555. We see here at 517, 516, and 555, that cell phone device is north towards 4500 Pear Ridge.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask the witness to step down. Agent Sedgwick, referring to State Exhibit 314, we're talking about January 30th, 2020, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. The jury has heard that Billy Chemirmir drives a silver Nissan Altima. The jury's also seen evidence that from 339, from 11:39 until 11:51, Billy Chemirmir's vehicle is seen at Walmart at Cudahy and Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Would your analysis of the defendant's cell phone records be consistent with being at that location at that time?
Yes, sir.
The jury's also heard that Mary Brooks was at Walmart at 11:51. She was found dead with her groceries from Walmart left out and jewelry missing. Agent Sedgwick, would your analysis from the defendant's cell phone records be consistent with leaving Walmart and 9 minutes later utilizing the cell phone tower half a mile away from 777 Custer Road where Mary Brooks lived?
Yes, sir.
Nathan Sedgwick, the jury seen a sales receipt from Billy Chemirmir on January 30th.
Your Honor, objection, the attorney's testifying.
So I'm giving him a scenario and asking if these cell phone records are merely consistent with that evidence that the jury's heard.
Overruled, you may continue.
The jury's seen a sales receipt from Billy Chemirmir from the Diamond and Gold Exchange on January 30th and January 31st. Would the defendant's cell phone records be consistent with being at that location during those days?
Yes, sir, during those times. On the 30th, it was 12:54 to 2:22. And on the 31st, it was 10:54 to 12:20 p.m.
In fact, he told us 9 minutes after utilizing this cell phone tower at 777 Custer Road, where Mary Brooks lived, the phone was utilizing that cell phone tower at the Diamond and Gold Exchange. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And on March 15th, the jury heard from a witness, Richard Flink. He told them that a Cellular Nissan Altima was at Preston Place from 10 o'clock in the morning to 12:30. He also provided a license plate KGM 1520, which evidence has been brought that is Billy Chemirmir's Cellular Nissan Altima. All right. Would the analysis of the call detail records for the phone records for Billy Chemirmir be consistent with being at 5000 Old Shepherd Place at that time?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we object, these statements and hypotheticals are exceeding what's been admitted into evidence.
That's a rule, the court will recall that all these documents have been testified to by, other, or several witnesses, so that will be,
On that same day, March 15th, the jury also saw a video of a Cellular Nissan Altima at that same Walmart at 2:56 p.m. They also saw Billy Chemirmir identified at that same Walmart at 3 o'clock. Agent Sedgwick, with the cell phone records, based on your analysis, be consistent with being at that location at that time?
Yes, sir, it would.
Agent Sedgwick, there's been testimony that on March 19th, somewhere between the time of 8:30 a.m. and 9:40, Mary Bartell was attacked. She was smothered, left for dead, jewelry missing, including a ring. Okay. Would your analysis of the defendant's cell phone records be consistent with being at 5000 Old Shepherd Place at that time?
Yes, sir.
Evidence further came that less than 1 hour after the attack, Billy Chemirmir took a photograph of a ring Mary Bartell told this jury was given to her husband 50 years ago. With that evidence further supports your analysis that Billy Chemirmir's cell phone device was at this location during that time.
Yes, sir, it would.
The jury's also heard from Detective Chapman, and she told the jury that at 10:29, Billy Chemirmir's cell phone device took a photograph of this ring that Mary Bartell identified as being hers. With your analysis of the defendant's cell phone records place that device at that location during that time.
It was in the vicinity, it utilized towers under the time advances that put it near the 4500 Pier Ridge Drive address.
And the jury also saw video and also a sales receipt that shows that Billy Chemirmir made a sale on March 19th and was present at the Diamond and Gold Exchange at 1 o'clock on March 19th. Would your analysis of the defendant's cell phone records be consistent with being at that location at that time?
Yes, sir, it would.
Agent Sedgwick, the jury's seen evidence that Billy Chemirmir and Lu Harris were at Walmart at Point Arapahoe around 3:30 on March 20th. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Lu Harris was found dead with her groceries still out, and 2 hours later, Billy Chemirmir was in possession of her items, including a jewelry box, her keys, and other items. Would the analysis of your cell phone records in a scenario provided be consistent with a cell phone device leaving 66091 Breeze, traveling down off Arapahoe towards Beltline, up towards Village Chemirmir's home at 4500 Pear Ridge?
Yes, sir. As I stated earlier, I don't have records covering the time, so I can't say the phone. I never got records that show using a tower that covers Lu Harris address, but that movement, yes, sir.
That would be consistent. That scenario would be consistent with the cell phone records that you have of Village Chemirmir.
Yes, sir.
And just my last question, Agent Sedgwick. You told the jury about there's times when you provide an analysis and you give a conclusion. And there are times when other evidence after the fact comes out that corroborates your analysis, whether it's videos or witness statements or sales receipts. Would what we just walked through on January 30th, March 15th, March 19th, March 20th be a prime example of that, what just happened?
Yes, sir. Other evidence that's discovered corroborates, or my cell site corroborates the other evidence, however you want to look at it.
Thank you. Your state has to do this.
All right, well, this is a very good time. Let's take a break. And when I say by break, we're done for today. So, there has been a lot of evidence and testimony that you've heard today, a lot of detailed things. Once again, you are still under the court order, and you are still under the admonishment of the court that you are not to discuss and or talk about this case with family members, friends, not even amongst yourselves, until you are given the court charge and you can begin to officially deliberate. You are also further instructed that you cannot go out and try to find these cell towers and all this other stuff that you saw. Everything that you learn has to come from inside this courtroom from a witness sitting on that stage. So, until such time, I will see y'all tomorrow morning. If you get in the jury room at 8:45 a.m., we will get started as soon as y'all get here. I am now going to go celebrate my son's 7-year-old birthday.
All right.